Hello, happy Wednesday. Hi Rudetsky, hi Finnish Lovebug, how you guys doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, so today, shall we continue Shadowbringers? However, I'm thinking about maybe doing this, my role quest before we get started. Just because I don't want them to get piled up. So let's maybe start with that and then we'll do MSQ the rest of the stream. This is in... right. I think. Oh right, this place. Legacy. Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate it. That is so kind. Thank you. Nice doggo. Yeah. Those Moogle events are fun. Hang on. Now I don't even remember which one was which. I think I got this particular one in the latest Moogle event, and I got the other one, the Lunar Kamui, in the previous one, if I remember correctly. There's my dude. Oh, you're a funny guy. Kat, this is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age, she was forced to leave. My, you've grown into such a strapping young man, but I can't imagine you came to Gate Town just to pay me a visit, my little Reeg. Not in front of her, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Brenda Ray? Of all the reasons you could have had. Aye. Those stories were of Renda Ray, the greatest bounty hunter of her day, the legend so many aspired to become. Less so after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's minds when I was younger, and for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death as Sin Eaters. But despite all of that, me and my mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. So years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names. Then it's true. The hero who I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter. It was her. Miss Olvara, Kat and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our search, namely the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again? Wicked white is that? Oh, my little Reeg. Very well. Even as a young hunter, Renda Ray's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from miles away even, by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beast never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch, eventually Rendare would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and honed her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades, earned fame and fortune. As their reputation swelled, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice, and so they resolved to hunt the Scourge of Norrvand, the Devourer of Souls, Balamquits. But what Rendare did not realize was that her greatest strength would prove her undoing. For when she faced Balamquits, the beast roared with such a force that it brought her to her knees. Helpless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades and fled. After burying the hunters and vowing that she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. She met Ardbird and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures. To them, she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savored every moment and found joy in the simple pleasures. They knew naught of her fallen friends or how their deaths weighed heavy upon her still. The party wandered their realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger, as did Rendare. While in Kalusha, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall that fateful day. And then, while engaged in an adventure in Raktika, a rumor reached Rendare's ears. Balamquits, Scourge of Norrvand, Devourer of Souls, had been spotted wandering the city as swamps. 'Twas a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbird and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. But perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old. So it was that Rendare ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe, Balamquits, alone. And with all her strength and guile, the legendary hunter did just that. Vengeance claimed, she rejoined Ardbird and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. From that day forward, she was Rendare, the warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore. It's strange to think that the woman I admired when I was young would become the Sin Eater I swore to slay. What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if the tales were a little embellished over the years, they were rooted in truth. She was and will always be a hero to me, and to you, I hope. Thank you, Miss Olvara, for everything. I promise I will visit you again soon. So Kat, remember that theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Balamquits, the one that took her from Amareng to Kalusha, then her next destination must be... Wait, they were talking about Raktika, I think? Right, that was where she laid low the beast at last, in the city of swamps to be precise. And so that is where we shall go. Let us away. Morning, Grimosaurus, how you doing? Thought from primal farming? Oh, my mounts! Oh no, God no, I'm not I haven't done content like that yet. Yet. I will, but not yet. Now listen, Reek, there's an awful lot people don't know about Rendaray, or the world for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, remember not to take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you as good and true. Listen to your heart and decide for yourself, and be safe. Cat, was it? It is such a pleasure to meet a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could. But when it came to love and support, well, all I can say is that it is a miracle that boy turned out as well as he did. One can never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think. Wait, isn't it taking me closer to where I have my MSQ? Yeah! Oh, that's gonna work out perfect. Let's go here. Doing role quests? Yeah, I'm doing this particular one and then we'll continue with MSQ. That's the plan. I'm trying not to get them piled up. That was a weird wording. Trying to do them in time. The dramatic music is back. Still liking the music. Around you guys. It is lucky, yes. That's a solo instance. Let me have a sip of coffee, then we'll go. Oh my god, that emote is so cute. Hi Alex, how you doing? How has your day been so far? When I was little, Miss Olvara seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though, to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I cannot help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once and keep your weapons at the ready, my friend. Okay. Let's see how this goes. About time our luck took a turn for the better. There she is. What? Now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, we're going. I wish you were all here with me, but I know it's better that you're not. We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard, and this time I'm ready for your tricks. Oh, that's a big one. Wait. No! No! Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, control. Okay. Okay. Interrupt. Okay. Okay. That's just that. That's that. That's an extra thing. As Renda Ray, relive Renda Ray's battle against Balamquist. Okay, let's see. Let's start with, oh shit, control, that one. Oh my god, moving while holding control, this is not happening. Oh shit. I know I should switch my damn hotbars back the way they originally were, but I hate when the damn lock is gonna be on top of the other text and... Huh. Well, that took a turn. Or maybe I'm just gonna use my... You know what? That's fine. I'll just use my mouse. Why am I making this more difficult than it has to be? Because I don't like using that. Wait, is that like a eyesight thing that I have to avoid? I didn't see any of that, if it was. Might have been that. Yeah, because I'm gonna die. Well, I mean, maybe I am supposed to die. Maybe not. Let's try that again. Alright. Normal. Skip. Was there an eye icon? Okay. Sure. I can't. Oh god. I'm gonna just in case stay like that, because I don't know how that hits. No, I can't avoid that. How am I supposed to avoid that? How do I avoid that? It's not an AoE thing. It's not an eyesight thing. This one. How the heck do I avoid that? It's just gonna hit me no matter what. With a Darling arrow. Oh! Okay. Video skills again. Yeah, I know. I just noticed. Because I was reading the... Okay, now I know what to do. Now I know what to do. That's the thing I was missing. That's one ability that I never use. The one that interrupts actions. Because I feel like it never works when it's important. So I just never use it. Alright. Here we go. Now I know what to do. Let's see if we can do this a little bit better. Because I'm... Ugh. Oh. Hello. Okay, so this one. Interrupted, excuse me. Oh yeah, I interrupted that one. Exactly as it should be. I've got this. Mortal Blast. Can I interrupt those as well? What can I interrupt? Heal. Ooh. Can I interrupt that? No. Oh, this one I can interrupt. There we go. Oh, I hate not having. You have electric whiskers? That's cute. Oh, that I could not. Let's add that. Ooh, out of that. Okay. Alright. Oh shit. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Alternating current. Okay. Electric whiskers. Nothing to worry about there. Oh, this is gonna be a long one. Oh, that's not gonna be good. I won't let it in like this. Alright, bird! Hi! Let me out! I'm scared! Ah! Okay. 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 I don't think I can avoid... No. You try. Ooh. Goodie. everyone here? Damage up. Ooh. I don't think I can do anything with that. Nope. Have to try. So close! Yay! If you see the cast bar blinking, it means it can be interrupted. The cast bar can blink? I don't think I've ever seen a cast bar blink. Just a tip, you can only use the interrupt button on a red cast bar attacks. Oh! Okay, that's good to know. Huh. Tough old bugger. Everyone alright? Artbird, I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone, and I'm sorry for trying to go it alone. And why, pray tell, did you even try to do something so foolish? If we'd been here for the first, it wouldn't have been anything even approaching a challenge. He has Vivi's eyes. Yeah, normally it is a static color, but if the skill is interruptible, it will blink like red and whitish. Oh. Now I want to go back and watch the footage to see what it looks like. Because I haven't noticed that. But that's good to know, thank you. Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much. But I haven't told you about my old partners. Together, we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Nordhorn. We were the best in the business. Everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends. And somewhere along the line, we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balamquets. What's your favorite Final Fantasy? I have 3 answers for that. Final Fantasy X was the first Final Fantasy I ever played, and I loved it so much. It's what made me fall in love with Final Fantasy and made me want to play all the other ones. So for that reason, that will always have a very special place in my heart, and I will always say that it's one of my favorites. This one, Final Fantasy XIV, is also one of my favorites. It is my favorite game to play at the moment. I have put over 1,000 hours into this game and I never want to stop. I love this so much. And then a third one is Final Fantasy IX. I just think that that's such a pure Final Fantasy and I just love it so much. I survived. They didn't. I swore vengeance, but had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot, and thought that maybe, with your help, I might just have a fighting chance. So you see, I never intended to keep it all secret. It's just, you never asked, and since I'd rather not talk about it. Easier to live in the moment, you know? The next town, the next job. The weeks flew by, and after a time, I started having second thoughts. I lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we or are we not comrades? Through thick and thin. These bonds of fellowship between us must come before all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pained you. What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You've saved our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? And without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Brendan and Neilbert are whispering about me behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. This one's worth a fortune, eh? And fame besides. I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back into town. Oh gods, not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of Balamquit's demise, until Artbird's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it's time we quit this place. And Brenda Ray, I trust that the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. And there I thought I was doing you a favor by keeping you out of my personal affairs. Selfish as it was. She's so cute. Oh, fine. But if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. Agreed. Now then, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. Such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of this occasion? Wake up, damn you! Hello? What's wrong with you, huh? That's the second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea. You know what? I've had enough. Enough, I say. Yes, I don't need your help. I am perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own. Good luck with that. Upon our return to Gate Town, you will be given your final payment, and we will be free to go our separate ways. Okay. All right. Back to Collusion? Oh. Alright. Oh, just a sec. Alright. Hi, Mr. Jesus, how you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Beautiful. Can I get up from here? Yes. Okay, dude. Honestly, I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You are such a disappointment. Consider this the formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names Reeg and Kat in the same breath. Yes, never again. And with that, I bid you good day. When he was little, Reeg's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found out that many were only drawn to him by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did, and decided to push you away first. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I only hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over, then come and see me. Oh, and take this for your troubles. Oh. This is gonna be a level 78 quest. I'm gonna grab it, but I'm not gonna do it yet. I'll come back to it when my MSQ is closer to that. Olvara cannot help but worry for Ludwig's well-being. I am sure a talented woman like yourself is needed all over the realm, and so I thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. Since you two parted ways, Reeg has come to visit me several times. Though he is blessedly in good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he has had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in on him, but I find travel rather difficult these days. If you would go in my stead, it would put my heart at ease. I would love to, but not right now. Right now, we're gonna continue MSQ. We're gonna go to Fano. To the place with the beautiful, beautiful music that I love so much. Right? Yes. Oh, one of my favorite pieces of music in this game. Stand on ceremony. Wait, is that a... Oh, hang on. MSQ, I know. Just... Is that an Aether Current quest? I'm in Raktigak Whitewood. Oh, I'm missing one of these. 200 yawns to the east. Oh. That's close. Alright. Are you an Aether Current quest? Yes, you are. Laniel would bestow blessings upon you. Cat Magi, the esteemed guest of whom I have heard so much. My name is Laniel, Master of Rites. It is an honor to meet you. As I understand it, you will soon be leaving to the Qitana Ravel, is that right? When the Emperor's wishes will... Then the Emperor's wishes will soon be fulfilled. A comforting thought, for with each passing year, more and more of our hunters are lost to the Eaters. We were never a particularly fecund? I've never heard of that word, people. Now it is nigh impossible to sustain our numbers. But we will not be driven from our homes, our way of living. So long as the trees of the great wood stand, so too shall the bees. And to renew our union with the forest, we will be holding a small ceremony wherein we offer prayers to the gods. Would you honor us by serving as witness to this petition to the gods? Very good. I should mention the ceremony is not a formal affair. In fact, it can be quite lively. But for a hardened warrior such as you, it should prove no trouble at all. When you are ready, travel north to the morning stars and speak with my student, Ina. She will explain the rites. Where is that? It's where we already were. Wait. No, I'm not teleporting. Fine. Let's do this. Do this quickly as well before we continue. Because I think this is the last quest like this, because the last one is always from MSQ. So then we're just missing that one, and we get that from the other side. So close to getting flying here. Wait. Can I get... Thank you. It is Lahi. This is the place with the blue flowers. What business brings you to the morning stars? And you accepted? This is such an honor. Thank you for coming. Goodness, where are my manners? My name is Fina. A pleasure to meet you. And this is my sister. Siuna, how do you do? Are you certain this is wise? I realize she is an ally of our people, but the ceremony is not meant for outsiders. We cannot go against Master Lanil's wishes. Besides, we may never again have such an opportunity. If you insist. Now, let me tell you about the ceremony. As Master Lanil has likely already explained, we will renew our bond with the Great Wood through prayer. To ensure our prayers reach to the gods, however, we must first beseech the spirits of the forest for aid. Once summoned, we must prove ourselves worthy through combat. Only then will our prayers be delivered onto the heavens. As witness to the rites, it is up to you to do battle with the spirits, if you are still willing, of course. Oh, battle. Wonderful! This will be a ceremony to be remembered. Shall we begin then? Close your eyes and we will attempt to draw forth a spirit with our prayers. O gods of the great wood, bringers of bounty and wisdom, we call to you now to renew our vows. For the strength to protect these lands, to be the shield that guards against the accursed light, we seek combat with your children, the spirits of the wood, to prove to you our worth. By the gods! Oh! The spirits are opposing forces, fire and ice, a terrible omen. Our prayers are enough to suppress their strength, but we cannot cast them out alone. Please, you must strike them down before they wander off into the woods. Lahi, yes. Alright. Alright, so that's not the right button. There we go. What I just did just messes with my brain. Alright, let's do these. Let's do my dances. Some of them at least. Oh, I don't want to get that. Let's not do AoEs anymore. So I don't want to attract those other ones. That gets me killed. I've tried that. Thank you for your help, but in light of what we have witnessed, I think it best we call off the ceremony for now. Spirits of opposing elements is the most dire of omens. The discord between them would prevent our prayers from reaching to the gods. And this would not have happened were she not here. We may try again on the morrow, but she cannot be allowed to attend. Sister, please. She's our guest, handpicked by Master Laniel. My apologies. It seems your attendance was not meant to be. Would you go and inform Master Laniel of what happened? We must remain here and clear the altar. Oh gosh. Hi Jada, happy lurking. Oh, that's the wrong way. That's the wrong way too. Let's go the right way. Alright, let's go turn this in and then we can continue MSQ. Oh, the beautiful music again. Alright, here's my MSQ, but let's go turn this quest in first. Here. Laniel. Back so soon? What of the ceremony? They kicked me out. Fire and ice. Thank goodness they were not hurt. It is never too late to begin the ceremony anew, but I fear the source of our troubles has naught to do with the spirits. Wait, there's another one? That unlocks something. But it is not an Aether Current quest. Alright, here we go. Next quests are for tribal quests. Ah! So I will be doing those on my own time. Alright, MSQ time! The burden of knowledge, and there I get my Aether Current. I'm so close to getting flying. This is so cool. How are you this fine morning, afternoon, evening, whenever it is where you are? I am good. What has been happening in the MSQ since last I tuned in, if that's okay to ask? Well, I'm today just now starting MSQ again, so today, nothing. But I'm on Shadowbringers. I'm on level 75 quests, I believe. With the Yulmorans gone and your companion now returned, I think it best you go now before they can regroup. With magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid of Uxner, the entrance to the Qitana Ravel should now be open. Before we leave, Urianger, did you discover anything that may suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Nay. Though we had but little time before the Yulmorans' most unwelcome arrival, we scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Kirill. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the sin-eater which her late mother did espy was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Raktika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I have no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Then our course is clear. We must navigate the Qitana Ravel and make for Raktika Falls. Though you see it as but another obstacle to be navigated, the Qitana Ravel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside within. Knowledge which is rightly yours as allies of Ronka. You are welcome to explore. I fully intend to survey every ilm of it, once our mission is complete. Were the Emperor still alive, He would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it will still be heavily guarded. To discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. You're about to take on the Qitana Ravel? So you start in the latest Indiana Jones movie and there was some magical finger snapping. Yes! That is a good way to say what I just did. Head east and you will find the path to azure flowers leading to the Ravel. I've seen nothing but azure flowers in here. I wish you safe passage through its halls. Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you will return safely. The Knights Blessed need you. You need not worry, Runar. I shall return and bring with me a long-awaited gift. One the Knights Blessed will treasure now and forevermore. Now, let us away. Alright. And such a calming music. Now we're gonna go here. Oh. If I may offer a bit of advice, I would recommend you speak with every NPC that you can before you progress with the quest. The Scions and the natives of the area, and even an Asian or two might have things to say that will reveal unexpected bits of lore. Oh! Okay. I mean, people have been saying that to me throughout the game, that I should really do that more. Let's make a habit of it. See that you take good care of Master Matoya, and may the shadows keep you. Lest you doubt, I won't be helping you do battle with the Light Warden. To accompany you thus is quite taxing enough. Now, if you've no further questions... Are there any other Asians here in the forest? Not a single one. Happily, I am quite content to mingle with the masses. And even if I did crave the company of my own kind, one might say we're understaffed at present. There are no strict rules governing how we work, though that has not been without its consequences. In the beginning, we were each responsible for a shard, and free to do as we wished. But Igeyorm's impetuous temperament showed us the folly in that. In light of her failings, we took to working in tandem as the situation demanded. Mitron and Logrith were supposed to take care of the first, of course. Alas, they were slain by the champions of this realm shortly before the flood. Expendable though they were, I found them quite useful. But that is a tale for another time. And this applies to every time you're about to progress a quest when there are other NPCs nearby. Okay. The Qitana Ravel is said to be fiercely guarded. Please be careful. Travel east along the path of azure flowers. The Qitana Ravel is not far. No. This one. You need not worry about Yulmorans while you are inside. Should they return, we will be ready. This is where we go. I'm gonna grab that so that I don't have to keep that. Yeah. Get that thing off my map. Okay. Slahi, and I have this close. So close that I should see it soon-ish. I can see it! Self in particular will have stuff to tell you when you don't necessarily need to speak with him, just like right here. I feel like this was the second time when there was like actually like options. What do you think of Mr. Selk so far, if I may ask? How does he strike you as a character or a villain or just a smarmy sass master? I am loving that character so far. Like, I don't know what is it about that type of characters that I just really like. Hi Gaps, how you doing? Quick hello before work. Degad and the best chat in the entire Eorzea. Aww. Have a great day at work. So wait. Travel, aether currents. When I finish this quest, I get flying in this area. I'm so happy. Hello, dudes. Do you have something to say? I can't imagine what could have survived in there after so many years. After you, my friend. At long last, the time hath come to find out what wonders yet remain at the heart of Ronka. Guess I'd better work. I have no wish to return to the Great Pyramid. You can feel the aether flowing through the door. A gentle push may be all that is required. Our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard, Cat. We know not what awaits us inside. Okay. Hi! Wanna join in? Hello! Hi! So yeah, anyone who wants to join in, let me know. I'm assuming that you guys want to join here. Who are here. Alright, let's see. Oh, not emo you. What server are you on? I'm on EU like Lich. Wanna join in? Invite to party? Wanna join in? Do we have more? Do you wanna join in? Oh my god, that is cute! What is that? Is that a plant? Is that a... Oh my god. Invite to party. Alright, let me read about this. Dungeon? Qitana Ravel, yes. Oh, only for this one. Oh! Right, dungeon, sorry. The Empire of Ronka was a place of magic and enlightenment, of peace and prosperity. Sadly, it was not meant to last. Though naught but ruins remain, they remain heavily guarded nonetheless. The Qitana Ravel is perhaps the most sacred of these sites, home to the ancient wisdom of the past. With the advent of the flood, however, you have reason to believe something more sinister now resides there as well. Whew. Oh my god, that is so cute! That's adorable! They're like matching. That's cute. Alright. Shall we go? Qitana Ravel. We have a right kind of party set up, yes. Alright, let's go. Music. Really loving the music here. Alright. Alright. Shall we make you my dance partner? Alright. Oh my god. Wait. My buttons. I will find them. The damn... Okay. The thing that I did with the... Oh my god, I can't talk. It messed up my muscle memory. Somehow. Oh. I'm getting it back. Oh, hello. You really like this dungeon? Oh, that's nice. Hello, my love. You're here. Welcome. Shit. Close. But that's not enough. this place shaking? Now it's shaking. It's a cave. Those things are scary. Okay, there's a lot of crap happening here. Okay. Whoa. Bat Squatch. Alright. Whoa, dude. They like to jump too. The glams in this dungeon are really cool. Oh, really? Look at the walls when you can. Well. Ooh. Whee! No, that was wrong. I don't know. How did I manage to completely destroy my muscle memory so quickly? That's crazy. Like all of a sudden I don't understand what buttons are. Alright. Whoa, I have a thingy on me. Whew. So I do. That is poison. Inhale. Bring the poison there, right? Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yay, good job! Oh. Cool. Aww. Man, I love those glow sticks. Beep booty. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Can't believe you killed the puppy. I'm sorry. You're cold, cruel, and heartless again. There we go again.
The Light Warden is dead.
Oh.
The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have. Her condition yet troubleth thee?
It does. Though she shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. She must be told. Would you describe it to me, Marie-Angé? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Well fought. Let us return home. The murals. If I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments. But whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen. According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Hello.
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting.
Come to lead us to safety, have you?
I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well,
You're lazy.
I would quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. There is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared of a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
And share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name. And by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn. She who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful of primals.
You have spun quite a tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Ascians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Ascians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
Always giving you things to think about. Yeah. Dungeon almost done, by the way. Oh, you're doing that right now. Ah, that was a lore dump. True. Man, when I finally get caught up, I want to go back to relive the story. Because you look at things differently. But how much of it was true, though? Hard to tell. True. Hi, Claireheart, how you doing? Alright, Ishtola. That was an enlightening experience. though not in the way I had hoped. Do you suppose there is any truth in Emmett Selk's claims? Here it is! Here it is! Here it is! I can fly. I can... Hi, Rockiwari. Love your name. You're Finnish. I can fly, yes. Beautiful. Oh my god. We've got stuffs. I'm replaying the game with my alt and you do look at it differently. See, that's what I'm saying. I had a feeling like a while back that when I get caught up I want to relive it. But now it's getting stronger. So many little things. Alright. Bearing with it. Ishtola wears a haunted expression. Emmett Selk's words having clearly found their mark. Actually, before I do that, let me talk to these dudes. "'Tis oft said truth is a matter of perspective, yet upon this matter there can be but one truth. I only pray it is not his. The eldest and most powerful of primals, gods. If that were Hydaelyn's origin, then what would that make? No. No, I will not take the words of an Ascian and trust. It has to be a lie." Thancred did tell me about primals, but I don't fully understand what all of this means. Going back and replaying it through the lens of what you know by the end is quite the experience. Yeah. Hi, Maida. I missed the dungeon? Yes, you did, and so did Blue. Although Blue was very, very close. It was like a couple of minutes and it would have been... yeah. Bearing with it. Though recent events plainly warrant further discussion, I think it best that we wait until Alphino and the others are present, Emmett Selk included. How convenient that he should choose this moment to keep to the shadows. Well, no matter. For the present, we should return to Fano and make certain of the Ulmoran's withdrawal. Hi! After that, Slitherblow. The blessed are no doubt elated by what has become of the sky. Blue, on your way here, did you do two things? Did you grab an Aether Current? And did you do an Aether Current quest? I can fly. Can you? I didn't turn in the quest. Ah, so very close. All right. Well, it's gonna be here, so that's gonna be quick. And did you bring cookies? Now I want cookies. I actually do have cookies. But I can't have them. Good person. He is a very, very good person. You are oh, fudge. Indeed. I am pleased to report that the Light Warden is no more, thanks in large part to you. That the death of a single Sin Eater should make such a difference. As our numbers waned, so too did our hope that the ruins we have devoted our lives to guarding would ever find purpose. Yet here you are, the allies for whom we have waited these many centuries, and with your arrival came the chance to pass on our legacy, the ancient wisdom of the Empire. That alone would have been a reward enough. Never did we imagine it would serve to banish the light that pervaded these woods. On behalf of the Vis, our forebears, and the late Emperor of Ronka, you have our deepest thanks. Oh, I love the music. It is we who should be thanking you. Our journey through the Qitana Ravel proved most enlightening. To be privy to such knowledge is an honor, one for which we never hoped. Please, you need not be so humble. We but do our duty as decreed by the late Emperor. Would that he were still with us to express his gratitude in person. But sister, does this not mean our duty is fulfilled? To our allies, perhaps, but the ruins cannot be left unguarded. So long as we live here in these woods, the secrets of Ronka must not fall into the wrong hands. Blue, what did you do? That's not a good start to your whatever it is you're saying. What did you do? Is Runar still here? No, we escorted him back to Slitherbow shortly after you set out. If you would return to the Knights Blessed, we will not keep you any longer. I suspect they would be glad of your company. Thank you, Elmet. I look forward to a day when we might share a more leisurely visit to the ruins of Ronka. We will await your return then.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, I see.
You needn't worry about us. What became of the Umoran soldiers, more importantly?
They turned tail and fled at the sight of the night sky. The children of the everlasting dark have also retreated back to Woven Oath. Try as they might, they could not deny the truth of their own eyes. The sunless sea of heaven, full of love and grace, where none need know pain or suffering. In that moment, when the sky's light began to wane, I knew our prayers had been answered. we were doomed to face oblivion at life's end no longer. When first we met, I harbored certain suspicions about you. Now I see that I was right. You are the bringers of shadow, the warriors of darkness, the saviors for whom we have prayed for so long.
I suppose you're not entirely wrong. But we are not worthy of your reverence, nor have we any desire to be worshipped. If you would pray, pray for your children, that they may one day know a better world.
I will do as you say. Please, let us at least hold a feast to celebrate your victory. You deserve that much.
I'm sorry, Runar, but there is still much to be done and scant time in which to do it. We must go. All of us. For we share the same path and the same fate.
So be it. I ask only that you hold us in your hearts, as we will hold you in ours. Now, and ever after. By the boundless dark, this I swear.
Bearing with it. My brain is just... I don't know what's wrong with my brain today. It's just not working. Like, I feel like reading chat is making me very confused right now. What is wrong with my brain? What is happening? Reading chat right now is just causing me confusion. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, this out of the map. Thank you. All right. What? I feel like I'm understanding absolutely nothing. I'm just gonna focus on this. You cannot help but feel something is bothering Ishtola. Though it pains me to leave, it is time I returned with you and the others to the Crystarian. But before we go, might I speak with you in private? I will await you in my chambers. Thank you for coming. I thought to keep my suspicions to myself, but after witnessing your victory at Raktika Falls, I fear they proved true, and so I must share them with you. From the first, when we met at Fort Gone, your aether has appeared tainted, suffused with an overabundance of light, not unlike the Sin Eaters. When you defeated the Light Warden, I fear the light which poured forth from it was not negated by Heidelin's blessing. Rather, it was absorbed into your being. Urianger also suspects as much, though he is unwilling to share his thoughts on the matter. One thing is certain. With every warden you defeat, the danger to you grows greater. Greater perhaps than we can imagine. If you begin to feel anything strange, anything at all, brainform me at once. You should hurry before the others begin to worry. Once I have sorted my things here, I will join you. Oh, look at that. Neighbors are having a party, it seems. My desk is vibrating. That's how I noticed. Alright, where do I need to go? Wait at the entrance to Slitherbro. Oh! Close. Party at 4 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. I know. Believe me, I know. That's weird. Like, my desk is vibrating. We took one last patrol of the perimeter. All things considered, Slitherbro remains relatively unscathed. That's not even the worst part. This has happened at noon on a Wednesday as well. That was fun. Your desk is vibrating. Well, it is, because of the bass. Wait, it's party o'clock somewhere in the world, and apparently it is Finland today. Yeah, this has been an issue ever since this year started, so it feels like I have a new neighbor who really likes to party. Or just really likes to play music loud. If it's not gonna stop, if this is gonna be an issue, I'm gonna have to start complaining. Because it's annoying. I'm gonna start getting like copyright strikes. Like sometimes the music is so loud that I can hear what they're playing. Which, you know, is fun when you're doing content like this. I'm gonna start getting copyright strikes because my neighbors are playing music. Thanks to the antidote. Right now I can't hear anything but bass. Yeah, now it's just bass. I don't think I've ever heard their music when I have been on stream or in calls with you. Well, in calls you wouldn't hear it because there's the Discord's like filter thingy. And when I'm playing, we have the game music on, so that drowns out a lot. Can you ask if I can come to the party? Yeah. Thanks to the antidote, all those who were poisoned will make a full recovery. And with the night sky returned, their prayers have at last been answered. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Shall we be off then? Art thou certain this is best? I'll not deny there is a part of me that wishes I could stay. So, for 2 years I have lived with the blessed, learned their culture, even going so far as to adopt Master Matoya's name as my own. I but pray I did honor to it. Now is not the time for doubt or hesitation. Come, we must return to the Crystarian. Lahi. Speak with Ashtola. Ooh! Fun times. Let's go. This way. Yay! It's the final countdown. All things considered, it is hardly surprising that Alphinaud and Alize have yet to arrive. But where is the Exarch? My friends, it is good to see you all again. Alphinaud, it has been too long. I assume your presence here means you've brought word of the warden hiding in Raktika? Found and slain, you say? I should have known. Yulmore has but recently dispatched soldiers to all corners of Norvrant to defend them. I am glad to see their efforts were wasted on the Great Wood. Speaking of Yulmore, what came of your meeting with Voltri? Yes, about that. It proved to be... Exarch, you mustn't push yourself. Your time away from the tower has clearly taken its toll. No doubt you are all tired as well, having traveled so far. Why don't we all take a much-needed rest before we discuss our findings? I thought to propose the very same. After your clash with the warden, you deserve a chance to recuperate. It's settled then. We reconvene after everyone has had time to settle in. If you cannot beat them, join them. Break out the loving gold and have fun. Yeah, I don't really drink beer. Pendants. My keyboard is vibrating. That is weird. Manic Pixie Dream Realm. Oh my god, what a quest name. That's my that. Okay. Hello, manager. Welcome back, miss. Returned from a lengthy excursion, I take it. Well, your room has been made ready if you'd care to retire. Very good. I pray you sound sleep and pleasant dreams. Do not give me food, they clutter my inventory. Hi.
So there's a light sealed inside you, is there? You wouldn't know it from the outside. You look the same as you ever did to me.
I must stay the course for the others. And what if that changes? What if it overwhelms me? Then I suppose there's not to do but rest.
True enough. Packing up and going home isn't really an option, is it? If you don't face the music here, it'll only come and find you there.
Well, I'm facing music here.
Think he was telling the truth? Emmett, I mean. All that rot about Hydaelyn being no different from any other primal. If so, what would that make her blessing? Are we just slaves to her will? Let's pay him no mind. Lies the Ascians stock in trade. Villains, heroes, all a matter of perspective, they'd have you believe. One man's fond memory, another's waking nightmare. Me, I'm no saint or savior. Just another sinner. And I know damn well I'm in no position to judge. When I saw the people of Slitherbow look up at the sky and celebrate the return of the dark, it felt good. It was moments like that I cherished. Much more than the thrill of adventure. The quiet after the storm. I always took comfort in that.
Meanwhile in Garlemald.
What did the scouts have to report?
Several skirmishes, but nothing of consequence. The fighting seems to have taken its toll on both sides.
A stalemate, then. The Alliance has done well to hold the line for so long. But then they did have Ishgardian reinforcements.
Nevertheless, neither side has any appetite for a prolonged engagement. 'Tis but the calm before the storm. And should the Empire choose to bring their full might to bear...
To say nothing of Black Rose. All the more reason to hasten our search. How close are your people to identifying our next target?
Close enough, though I have received some troubling intelligence. One of our generals posted to the Alamegan front recently disappeared without trace from the battlefield at Gimlet Dark.
Odd. Dead seems unlikely. Fled less so. I wonder where he'll turn up.
Were I a betting man, I would say here, in the capital. Not that any deserter who valued his life would contemplate returning, but a corpse might. Given the right encouragement.
In the manner of his royal remains, you mean?
Elidibus plainly has no need of a new host, so the question becomes who? It may be that another player has joined the game. Something to consider at any rate. But come, there's work to be done.
This music just gives me so much ARR vibes.
These bloodless games make for poor sport. Mayhap if father... Nay. I am a stranger to him in this body. Besides, there is but one hand that can make me my enemy, my friend. I know not what entertainment occupies you, but if you will not clear the way for me, then I shall seize the reins of fate once more.
Music. You're panicking? You can't panic because then I panic. Oh my god, what is that? Judging by his countenance, the manager has ill tidings for you. Well, the music kind of tells me that. I suspect that you might be awake. I could scarce imagine you sleeping through such a commotion. An entire host of Sea Eaters appears to be advancing upon the Crystarium. Emergency measures are being taken as we speak. Rest assured, however, that we are safe so long as we remain under the Crystal Tower's aegis. You may return to your quarters if you wish. Yeah, sure, just go rest. It's no worries. Yes, I thought you might feel that way, and I cannot say that your assistance would be anything less than welcome. Oh my god. I must remain here to disseminate information to the other residents, but you are under no such obligation, and thus free to aid any of the townsfolk who may be in distress. Put that down a little bit. The etc. tends to become a point of congregation in times of need, crowded with those seeking solace in companionship. You would have my personal gratitude if you would offer succor to those there. Why do I try to mount here? Can I go through that? Yes, I can. I'm just gonna run there. Few townsfolk are about, and you spy none who appears to be in distress. Cat! I've only just returned from Amareng, yet I find the Crystarium moments from being beset by Sea Eaters. Where are they coming from? This shouldn't be possible. We restored the darkness. Well, this is a fortunate coincidence. Brother, tell me you have some idea why this is happening. I may, but for the moment we'll need to postpone such discussion in favor of action. The Crystal Exarch is preparing to deploy a barrier around the Crystarium as we speak. Ensuring that he is able to do so should be our first concern. There are a number of instruments placed about the crystarium that function as anchors for the barrier. I'm on my way to activate them now. In which case, 3 pairs of hands would be better than 1. Very well, I'll take the ones to the south. I shall deal with the northern apparatus then. Will you handle the western too? They're ensconced on platforms extending from the upper level of the Aetheryte Plaza. Gotta head out. Thanks for stream. Thanks for coming by. Have a lovely rest of your day. Oh. We need to be up. I see. I'm loving my new outfit, by the way. I don't know why this particular music really reminds me of, like, it gives me really strong FF8 vibes. Anchor. Despite having very little idea as to how it functions, it appears that you have activated the device successfully. Alright. The next... Oh, over there, I see. The planning when Balam and Galbadia attacks? Maybe? Like, I'm just getting such strong FF8 vibes. Like, I feel like I'm playing FF8. And this too.
Senator sighted! They're coming!
Well, so much for the FF8 vibe. Is FF8 your favorite?
Excellent.
It's not my favorite.
The barrier is holding.
That's good news for the Crystarium, but what of the rest of Lakeland?
Lena and the city guard have taken to the field. Thancred and the others have already joined them. Let us do the same.
So yeah, it's not my favorite, but I do absolutely love it. No. Okay. I'm gonna try to save. sit properly. And let's see if I can push some buttons. Maybe have half of them be correct ones. We ought to join the vanguard as soon as possible. If the number of eaters we just saw is any indication, we'll be facing a formidable host. FF8 is so batshit insane, but it's also one of its good points. True. It's unique. But I love it. I love it. All the weird ass story plots and stuffs. I love it. Okay. I didn't just play Triple Triad. I actually, on my first playthrough, I didn't play that much. I fell in love with Triple Triad playing this game, so now I can't wait to replay FF8 and do the Triple Triad way. Although one thing I hate about the FF8 Triple Triad is that you can lose cards. I don't like that. What lovely weather. Just what we needed. It seems the battle has already begun in earnest. Make haste. Crystarian forces are engaging the Sea Eaters at various locations across Lakeland. Okay. Assist them in defeating the Eaters before they are decimated. The writing in FF8 is so weird. Well, I'm playing Kingdom Hearts. After that, nothing is weird. Everything is just so simple. Okay. You have left the sanctuary. Oh, I can feel that. I hear shouting, come on. Okay.
Let's give it our all.
They need our help. Let's go help.
Help is at hand.
Oh. Well. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Most impressive trick indeed. Hello. Locals have taken shelter. Yay! Okay. That can't be good. Oh no. We're too late. Don't say that. Wait. Here? In this turret, okay. Ooh, cutscene. Duty failed. It is as we feared. But our task is as it ever was. Turn the tide. Okay. Oh, hello, here, there. Okay. There we go.
On your feet.
Okay. Oh my god, there's a lot of crap happening in here right now. Where can I be so that I can hit everything? I can't hit everything, but if I could hit multiple, I would be happy. Okay. Hello, big dude. Oh yeah, it's following me. Okay, we've got friends. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god! Wooden horse? Duty complete. Yay.
There are so many. Lena, hold on.
They turned on me.
Speaking of FF8 lives.
This one is mine!
We need only hold out a little while longer. Reinforcements are coming, remember? The captain said so. We're going to be all right.
Run! Run, damn you!
The Warrior of Darkness has returned. The Bloody Knight has returned. So stay with me, eh? You can't go dying now.
God damn it! Please let this work. Please let this work.
No. No, no. Stay back. Stay back.
Why did you spare me? Why? What have I done to deserve this mercy?
Forward! Forward! If you can still hold a sword, follow me! Wounded to the rear! Weapons at the ready! Let's make this count!
Fight and struggle. Seek salvation by your own hands. Though the losses be grave, endure them. Though the victories be hollow, claim them.
How you doing? Having to watch his world fall apart like that and not being able to do anything. I know. And for a push who just wanted to do good. Almost forgot that we were in a post-apocalyptic nightmare world. Oh, we're here. Hope everyone is doing alright. Hope you've been enjoying the game. Oh, I'm loving the game. It seems we've driven them back, for the time being at least. The wounded have been collected and are undergoing treatment now. Once they're ready to be moved, we'll have them carried back to the Crystarium. The dead as well, of course. Those whose bodies remain anyway. Alisaie is contemplating all that must yet be done in the wake of battle. The others are helping to treat the wounded. I'm planning to assist in moving them, but even so, we simply don't have enough hands. I'm sure you're fit to fall over after what we've been through. Gods know I am. But if you could see to a few of the patients, it would be an enormous help. Captain Lena is about somewhere, so you might also consider asking her if there are any other outstanding areas of need. We'll talk later. Shadowbringers never fails to be Fieldsbringers. So I've heard. Dying Guard. With tear-filled eyes, the prone man gazes up at you. His fingers twitch, as if to reach for you, but he lacks the strength to raise his hand. Maybe he's just tired from dyeing his glam. That sounds better. Anguished Guard. Thank you, but it's too late. One of them, it got me. If I turn, please, please kill me, I beg you. Hello, birdie. Where's another one? Oh, there. You're trembling? Well, at least you're standing. That's good news. They don't have to live in a fear of dying. They have to live in fear of turning and hurting the ones they care about. Talk about fear. Don't touch me. I killed her. I killed her. She was one of them, I know, but I...
Oh, I did not see you there. Is there something you need?
A hug. I'm fine. How are you feeling? Shouldn't you be resting? What would the guard do without their captain?
Appoint another. A captain's place is with her soldiers in the field. Don't pretend you're not of the same mind. You fought well today. Saved a great many lives. Thank you. Unfortunately, this war is far from over. We must replenish our ranks and shore up our defenses before they attack again. Now, if you will excuse me.
I am fine.
Yes.
Completely and utterly fine. Better than fine. Hale and hearty and still alive to mourn those who are not. Who I failed to protect when they needed me most. We've come so far, so goddamn far. I could have sworn the end was in sight, and now... Now they will never see it.
Impudent worms of the Crystarium.
Oh god.
The tragedy that has befallen you is of your own making. Divine retribution for your defiance. The heavens have bequeathed to you a benevolent savior, me. I offer you freedom from pain and suffering. A paradise where man and cedar might live in peace and harmony. Why, already, our winged brothers and sisters regard me and mine as kin, alike to them in beauty and purity. But you not only reject my prophet hand, but raise your own against my senators. But it's only right that they respond in kind. Let this be a lesson to all those who would walk the path of sin. The wicked shall not inherit this world!
Small favors. Lena is gazing solemnly upward, and it is not difficult to guess what occupies her mind. Walther's ship is already gone. How flattering that he came all this way just to give his little speech. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Rest assured that I have no intention of allowing any of my wounds to affect the performance of my duties, especially not now. If I may, could I ask that you seek out Thancred and Memphilia for me? They endangered themselves on my behalf, and I would feel better knowing that they are well looked after. Thancred, in particular, sustained quite an injury from that Sin Eater. I would not be surprised if he were in Spagarix still. Please, give them my thanks. Thancred! Okay. You're here for me? I'm sorry to put you to the trouble. I'm fine, really. The Eater landed an unfortunately solid blow, but the healers have done wonders. I'm more worried about Memphilia. She's not taken it well. Could I ask you to speak with her? My attempts to reach out seem to have had the opposite effect. She's gone off to the Hortorium, ostensibly to fetch herbs for Chesamil, but just talk to her, will you? That's not... It's... Oh, navigating. Is it the Cabinet of Curiosity? Like it's yeah, because it's down. Right? Not that one. You mostly main Dragoon? I used to be a Dragoon main. Dragoon will forever be in my heart though, I think. Same. That's how I started the game. Memphilia appears to be lost in thought. Perhaps a gentle poke will get her attention. Someone is upset and you want me to poke them? Okay. We're gonna poke them. Eat. Oh, Cat, what are you doing here? Thancred. Do you think you will be doing Kingdom Hearts 3? Yes, I will. So, Dream Drop Distance is almost done. I do have the point 2 to do, but that's a short one, and then it's Kingdom Hearts 3. But I am going to finish my other playthroughs that I've got going on before I add new games. But yeah, it is coming eventually. Thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Is this your first MMO game, if I may ask? Yes, it is. It is my first ever MMO. I never, ever, ever thought I would want to play an MMO. The reason I'm playing this is because it's Final Fantasy. And this made me fall in love with this game, and this game made me an MMO loving person. I actually play a lot of Dancer now too. Yay! It's my first MMO as well. Never thought I would play one, but anything prefer, I guess. Ah, same. Now it's become one of my favorite games of all time, so don't regret it at all. See, your story is exactly like my story. Yay. Cat saying the same thing at the same time. Yeah, I just noticed. Hi, still working and have to go back doing things. Quickly followed so I won't miss streams later. Okay, have a great day at work. And I'll catch you later. I think we have something else in common too. If I'm not wrong, you're Finnish? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So in that case, I should pronounce your name as Rosa, right? It's my fault, you know. I jumped at the chance to help Lena, but I was careless, and now it's my fault. You can make up for it by being there for him. Then you'll be wanting to get those herbs for the healers. Let's do that. Indeed, one of the only few to know how to pronounce my name. I got you. Are you sure? I've brought him nothing but trouble thus far. And what if it's worse next time? All I do is make mistakes, put others in danger. I'm sure that he'll resent me for being this weak. Maybe he already does. But you're right. I can still help, if only by seeing these herbs safely to Shesamil. There are only 2 left on this on the list, but I'll need to ask about this one. I've looked high and low, and I can't seem to find it anywhere. Would you mind collecting the other? I would hate to delay any longer than I already have. You're looking for something with soft leaves that's very fragrant, in an unmistakably medicinal way. I was told. We only need 2 sprigs or so. Hello. Hi. Cat gets to make fun of me because I can't pronounce her name properly. Oh yes, my full name. Yeah, that's fun. Would be cool to join for some duties time to time if possible. Of course. And to anyone who's new here, whenever there's any group content we do, dungeons, trials, whatever we have, it's always an open invitation. If you want to join in, let us know and we'll invite you to go with us. As long as there's space. Honestly, Finnish names are not easy, almost as difficult as the names in Eorzea. To English-speaking people, yes. 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 Once you've got them, you can bring them directly to Shesamil. Whoever gets there first can explain that the other will be back shortly. Thank you. I appreciate the help. There's an herb here. This plant has soft leaves and smells strongly medicinal. Same. Oh, back there. This way. Ophelia told me that you would be bringing the rest. Marvelous. With this, I can replenish our store of medicines. We're struggling to keep up with the number of wounded that are being brought in. I wasn't on the field, but it doesn't matter. The patients' faces make plain that it was a horrible battle. And we're still fighting it, I suppose. Though with bitter medicine rather than sharp steel. But we'll win. I promise you that. It seems that I owe you an apology for dragging you to yet another battlefield when you've just come off the front lines. In both cases, I'm sure your efforts saved more than a few. With Spagarix in good working order, the Crystarium's people will be well cared for. More lie ahead, of course. Battles only you can fight. Not that we intend to let you do it alone, but that's a matter to discuss with the Exarch. You know the Exarch? Those weapons are pretty. They came with the MSQ. They are pretty. Once we hit Shadowbringers patch content, Monday will be raid day and Wednesday will be MSQ day. Yes, that is the way we go through patch content. So that I can get all the main side content done as well. Just wait until Kat gets her fake crown weapons. Oh yes, working on it. Those are beautiful. Nice, the side stuff is really good too, so glad you're going through that as well. Yes. This is one of those games where I know I want to do absolutely everything. So I've been kind of going through one expansion at a time. So instead of rushing through MSQ and then doing all the extra stuff, I'm kind of going through one expansion at a time. And I've been liking it. Because all the extra stuff that we do is kind of relevant to the point where I am in the story, so that it just makes more sense. I didn't go through the raids and such on my main, so it has been an absolute delight to run through the raids with Kat, with it being our first time for both of us. Yeah. Yeah, I love that we get to do these for the first time together. We do. Was there something you needed? I need you to tell him something. For me. My dearest friend, you see. He was there on the battlefield with me. But only the one of us is here to speak of it. At the end, before the wound killed him, I heard his dying words. I never knew that our world was this beautiful, he told me. I'm so glad that I got to see the night sky. I don't know how the Exarch feels about what happened out there. I don't know if what Vothri said is true. If our losses were our just deserts, and we doom ourselves to worse by continuing to fight this fight. But I believe in the Warrior of Darkness, in the Crystal Exarch. I don't think what they've done is wrong, and I don't think we're wrong to fight with them either. My friend, he smiled in the end, just as he smiled when he raised his glass to celebrate the return of the light. That's how I want to remember him. So I want to tell the Exarch, don't give up, don't give in, please. We'll tell him. You have my word. Double wing. Even if playing from across an ocean makes double weaving a pain. I'm sorry. Seriously, even the smallest moments of dialogue sometimes just feel so thought-provoking. That is true. Oh, how many times I've started to cry from just something very tiny in like some side dialogue that's not even the main point of what we're doing. The best way out. Ooh, I get stuffs. Dankard seems keen to quit the infirmary. If you're ready, why not go ahead to the ocular? You can keep the Exarch company while I fetch Althino. Don't worry, I mean to borrow the swiftest Amaro I can find, so we shouldn't keep you long. Be sure to pass on that message, eh? All right. Do you have any favorite characters so far by any chance? So, my answer is gonna be a weird one, but Urianger, that happened in ARR, and I just, we'll see. It's not as weird as you think, Kat. Really? For me, I feel like whenever people say what their favorite character is, not once have I heard Urianger. Not once. But I just, in ARR, I have to say, if it hadn't been for Gideon Emery's voicing in ARR, I don't know if that would have ever happened. That brought a lot to it. That combined with how Urianger talks and what kind of the personality that he has, it was just, loved it. Now, I still like him, but it's not the same without Gideon Emery's voice. Like, he made Urianger. He was Balthier in FF12, right? Right! I'm playing FF12 right now as well. So I got him back. Perfect timing then. Exactly. Welcome, my friend. Tales of your heroism on the battlefield precede you. Though I confess I found them more gladdening than surprising. I hear no few of our people have you to thank for plucking them from the jaws of death. Would that they had not needed saving to begin with, but the responsibility for that lies with me. One of our soldiers said that? Thank you. Rest assured that I fully intend to continue our work. I will not shrink from what must be done, now least of all. Though I mourn the lost, I will not lose myself to grief, and even should regret be my constant companion, I will follow the path I have chosen to its end. We have some time before the others arrive if you'd like to talk. Sure, talk. And if I were to confess any doubts I might harbor, no one need ever know? No, I believe you have enough burdens without me adding to them. Nevertheless, thank you. Oh yeah, I have way too many games going on right now. I don't want to be playing this many games at once. I don't know how I let this happen, but I'm fixing it now. I am not starting any new games. I am focusing on getting the ones I have going on right now finished. I am not going to start anything new until they're done. Don't quote me on that. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Going to need to ease up on how many games she's playing soon. I know, it's too many. I can't keep up. I don't want to play this many games. My own fault. I made it happen. It's my fault. But I'm fixing it. There's a lot of big games to play at the same time. I know! It's bad. My faves are 7 and 14. Oh, I love 7. Both the OG and the remake. I don't know how she does it. I don't know how I do it either. But Kingdom Hearts is almost done. It's almost done. It's probably like 1 or 2 episodes, then it's done. Like it's almost done. Then it's only 4. Also really love FF4. I haven't played the 1 through 6, but I will. Like, I have a project, and that is to go through all the mainline Final Fantasies, and that is what I'm currently doing, and that I will keep doing until I'm done. FF4 and 10 are my fave single player ones, but FF14 is king. Yeah. Once she has room though, I have convinced her to play Dragon Quest XI. It will be her first Dragon Quest and I'm excited. Yes. 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 Kingdom Hearts, another one of my favorite series? Really? Actually, the series that got me into gaming. Oh my god, my Kingdom Hearts journey has been interesting. I have a very special relationship with Kingdom Hearts bosses. I feel a lot of things. FF16 soon, so hyped. I know! Oh my god. Can't wait. Just hoping that I can get some of these games played before that drops. Yesterday was the first ever official Final Fantasy XIV day in Japan. Wait, that's a thing? That's so cool. I have played all the FF games except 15 and 16. Well, 16 obviously. Yeah. Really? I still have a lot to go through. I've played 7 original and remake, 8, 9, 10. I'm now playing 12 and 14. And Crisis Core. Is that all of them? I think that's all of them. But yeah, I will be playing all of them. I don't know in which order yet though, but I will play all of them. I also really enjoyed 15. Tons and tons of issues, but still love it very much. Can't wait to experience it. Crisis Core. Yeah, I'm playing Crisis Core right now. Oh, so many good games.
My friends, with your aid, we have weathered a brutal assault.
And then we're supposed to have time for non-JRPGs too. How? I know! My backlog is so painfully long. Okay, here's the thing. My backlog was already painfully long. But Blue over here has easily doubled that. It is long. I will never get through it. And then I feel like there's more games coming all the time that I want to play than I get games played. Not my fault, I like a good RPG. Yeah, you've got really good taste. Slowly but surely, yes. Alright, let's do this.
Sorry I'm late, though I would not have been had anyone thought to notify me in advance.
As I was saying, it was only with your aid that we weathered this assault. Without it, the Crystarium and all who dwell here would now be gone.
For each we saved, another perished. If there is anything else we can do to help, anything at all, you need only ask. This is our home too, and we want nothing more than to keep it safe.
Thank you. We are blessed to have you with us. As for the attack itself, Vorthri may call it divine retribution, but Sin Eaters are creatures of instinct. A coordinated assault is unprecedented. Moreover, in the absence of a Light Warden, there should have been no compulsion for lesser Sin Eaters to congregate here en masse. All of which points to a single, unavoidable conclusion.
That these minions of light answer to a higher power. He who did claim kinship with them, who did boast of control, not in idleness, 'twould seem, but in earnest. Lord Vorthri.
Indeed. What I mistook for bluster was in fact the truth. The Sin Eaters are his to command. But if he imagines this show of force will convince us to bend the knee, he is sorely mistaken.
I take it your meeting in Yulmore did not end well.
You could say that, yes. But I am wiser for the experience nevertheless. It appears he has mastered a technique which allows him to enslave the minds of others. A fact I discovered when he attempted to use it on me.
That would go some way towards explaining the peculiar reverence afforded him by his subjects. There may feasibly be a handful of true believers among them, I suppose, but it would not surprise me if the vast majority were in his thrall.
Had I not anticipated his treachery, I might well have joined them. But seeing his invitation for what it was, I sent a glamour in my stead. I rather doubt such tricks will avail me a second time, however.
Did you have any luck tracking down the Light Warden in Calusia?
Sadly, I have nothing to report on that front. What of Armorang?
After a fruitless few days scouring ruins, I resorted to asking the locals. While no one I spoke to had seen any sign of the Warden, I did uncover a possible lead. An abandoned mine in western Amareng. From what the Maud told me, it would be a perfect place to stay out of sight. Of course, I could never hope to explore such a labyrinth quickly or safely on my own, so I returned here.
Even should we all join in the endeavor, an exhaustive search could take weeks, and with no guarantee of finding anything.
The Wardens harbor vast reservoirs of primordial light, do they not? Far beyond anything found in lesser sin-eaters. And isn't it true that the Oracle could see the light of a sin-eater from miles away? Surely a Warden would seem like a blazing beacon by comparison. To the real Oracle of Light, I mean. The real Menphilia. If we travel to Amareng, to the south where she halted the flood, I could summon her back. What do you think?
Don't.
Don't what? Do what I can. What we both know is right.
Do not presume to know my mind. You have no idea what you're proposing.
But I do! I know why you never said anything. Because you thought you could keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. And maybe I thought so too. But I knew, Thancred. I always knew.
Oh, I see. I thought you were a rather underwhelming reincarnation. But it all makes sense now. The Oracle lies dormant within you, doesn't she? But to draw on her true power, you must become one, both body and soul. To wit, one being must consume the other. Who shall be the lucky winner?
This doesn't concern you, Ascian.
But it plainly concerns you. Which is why your heart is ready to burst out of your chest. Despite the raging tempest in your bosom, however, you have never once opened up to your young charge. Now, why would that be? Love. Well, I for one think it's a marvelous idea. Certainly more promising than any of your other suggestions. So, it's off to Amareng we go.
I'll meet you at the gates.
To say? If this is the course you have agreed on, I will not object, though I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to spare any of the guard to accompany you. I can but promise that you will be well looked after upon your return. Just see to it that you do return, all right? If I had only been able to locate Calusia's Light Warden, it might not have come to this. I can't imagine what Thancred must be feeling to behave this way. To say he has changed since coming here would be an understatement. He may as well be a different person. He reminds me of Father. He argued with us for months about our plan to go to Eorzea, but in the end he accepted our decision. I do hope he's doing well. is it possible for one character to steal every scene he is in? Damn you, Emmett. Oh. His stupid charisma is absolutely unfair. Gotta head out now, but it was lovely to meet you and chat. I shall hopefully catch you live again soon. Have a wonderful rest of your stream. Yay! Thank you for coming. Have an amazing rest of your day, and thank you so much for the follow. Vimphilia demonstrated impressive resolve just now. It seems that she understands what must be done, though I do wonder if she is truly prepared to make the choice. Should she falter, it will fall to Thancred to guide her, however much he wishes it were otherwise. Though Thancred have long known whither this path doth lead, his journey hath brought him no closer to acceptance. Will you never grow tired of shuffling your feet? I'm a dancer! If you have something to ask me, ask. Ooh, tell me about Zodiark. As I told you before, Zodiark is this creation of my people. The first people. We summoned him as your kind might summon a primal, albeit an infinitely more powerful one. And like one of your primals, he tempered us. It was only natural. There is no resisting such power. And so we Asians come to exist solely to bring about the rule of darkness. His darkness. Of course, some would call us evil for it, and they would be fools. Though that is only to be expected, given their innate inability to conceive of the nature of our universe. But I believe I am repeating myself. Do you not trust me to speak honestly? Do you hope to catch me in a lie? Really? I have no need of deception, and even if I did, I assure you, you would find it quite indistinguishable from the truth. Actually, give me just a very, very quick bio break. I will be right back. My Mughal dance doesn't really fit here. None of the dances do. Alright, fine. We'll do this then. Hello, thank you for waiting. Alright. I'm sorry to be so insistent, but I know this is the only way. If you're willing to give me a chance, come with us. Tessellation. What's a tessellation? Oh, there. Okay. Nah, I'm just gonna run. Hello, my love. You're humming? Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. Are you sure you want to do this? Completely sure. There has to be another way. Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I won't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? It is your decision to make. Just be sure that you are prepared when the time comes. If all are assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. I saw a Yulmuran airship coming into land over Amareng while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Volthry's forces to Raktika. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Right. Now, Nabathareng lies in the southern reaches of Amareng, and there are two routes we can take to get there. The first is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mordsuk. The other is the western route, which would require us to pass through the hills of Amber. Pet's cat on the head? I get petted. Mumphilia and I took the eastern route last time. Yes, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal of the Naboth Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we'd need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn at Journey's Head. If the Yulmorans got wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can be sure their activities would not meet with Walthy's approval. I love that that message just got automated because it was sexual content. Oh my god. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route. Which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the Hills of Ember in the west, I will draw the Yulmorans' attention elsewhere, to an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way, you'll have a chance at reaching Naboth Areng unopposed, and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Tancred will regret. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Walther's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. With that in mind, I think it best that we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with a solid path under our feet. We'll borrow a few Amaro for our journey. I'll leave the rest to you, Memphilia. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. I see. Wait, what's another on my backlog? There you are. The gate leading to Amareng is just up ahead. In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Chrono Trigger. Oh yes, that is on the list too. That is on the list. Oh my god, that one has been on my list for a long time. In In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Keep an eye on Amphilia for me, would you? You think Chrono Trigger is the greatest game of all time? That's a big title. I don't think I know. How can it be the greatest game of all time if it's not a Final Fantasy? Off so soon, Mistress Magi? You've barely had time to recover from the battle. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you. Oh.
Take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand. Beyond Mount Garrick lie the hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
This looks like Thanalon. It kind of is, though? How is it kind of? This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it is mine to travel, and I don't plan to take a moment of the time I spent upon it for granted. Headgear coffer. Oh yes, give me gear when I can't glam over it, although headgear, that's not gonna matter because I don't. 409. Let me just make sure that what I have is... Okay, 403. Got it, use it. What does it look like? Oh dear. Yeah, we're not... There we go. Iguana. I see. Hello, Riage. Sound though Alice's logic was, I fear that other perils awaiteth upon this road less traveled. Our only path forward lies ahead, I'm sure of it. So, onward, I suppose. It was made by an all-star team of heavy hitter devs from the Final Fantasy series and the Dragon Quest series, but it was also a re-released on the PS1 alongside Final Fantasy IV in a set called Final Fantasy Chronicles. Wait, does it have something to do with Final Fantasy? If it's part of a Final Fantasy Chronicles. Intrigued. Free trade. Thancred is gazing with interest at the nearby village. I mean, do Final Fantasy games have to do with each other, or are they standalone? Yeah, but is it like... Is it officially some kind of a Final Fantasy spin-off thing, or is it not? Gotta go. Have a wonderful rest of your stream and day. Alright, have a lovely day, rest of your day, and thank you for stopping by. I take it you're seeing what I'm seeing? What are you seeing? Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Are we talking Chrono Trigger? Yes. Your new outfit looks cute. Thank you! Its battle system was an updated version of Active Design battle system from FF4 as well. It basically takes all the good parts of Final Fantasy, the good parts of Dragon Quest, and makes an entirely new IP. I see. Well, like I said, it is on the list. Southeast. I will get to it. I will get to everything. Eventually. Zun Zun. You have red eyes. So no, it's not a Final Fantasy game, but it's as close as you can get to one without being one. Got it. You sell? No. No, you are no merchant. But then, why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent Volbert's gold. Such a coin purse crackling. You are already a legend among more traders. You're a traveling merchant then. Can you tell us anything of this village? Of course, anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to Nabatha-Reng ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding Nabatha-Reng. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be some way. Do you think any of the other Morn might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free, even to friends of our best customer. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. Made by Squaresoft, it is its own series consisting of Chrono Trigger, Radical Dreamers, Chrono Cross, and Chrono Break. Or what happened to Chrono Break? It was a Squaresoft game, yes, but also a fun preview of what was to come when Square would be merged with its biggest rival Enix, the makers of the Dragon Quest series. Right. Hello, Rianjay. Perhaps we are to inquire upon the matter of Yulmoran forces in the region as well. Sure. There's a jumping horse. Hello, Real. You wish to go to Nabothering? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs, but it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now there's nothing left, and no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight. Did you just call me fat? You hastily take down a memo regarding the gondola on a spare scrap of parchment. I don't like you. Ooh, what are you? Oh. Hello. That's a face. I was about to say that if that hamster low-key called you fat. Sounded like that to me too. For Nabothering, airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Yulmurans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. Though it seems somewhat superfluous to do so, you dutifully make note of Gongon's words. So we have a gondola, we have an airship. We need another dude. Where's another dude? Can you go into these buildings? No. Then where do we have another dude? Yes! Soul. Ah, like Sims. Oh, that is a surprise. Not many bound for Nabothering these days. I do not know of a trolley that once went there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines of the Hills of Ember. It is locked behind a gate, however. I assume that will have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being of much use. You take down information regarding the trolley on a wrinkled piece of parchment before stuffing it unceremoniously back into your bag. Mon. Alright, Thancred. Ah, Cat. I'm afraid I've learned a little of use about how to reach Nabothering. The Yulmuran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Amareng, there have been no sightings of Yulmurans at all in the Hills of Ember. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that Alice's plan has borne fruit. Did you have any better luck finding us a route forward? The gondola, the trolley, or airship? So these are our options. Well, what do you think? We can try the gondola. Might die, but Can we get an airship anywhere? Not from Vothri, obviously. Gate aside, the trolley seems most feasible. See, airship would be the greatest. But if it is from there, then trolley seems more feasible. It does seem to be the least risky of our options, and I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zunzun can offer some insight. Zunzun. The trolley problem. Zunzun is eyeing you with curiosity. You're curious about me? Oh, valued customers! We're the other mode of help? Of a fashion. They told us of a trolley that runs to Nabothering, at least. But am I correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yes, the gate, you see, it is impassable. Before, there was a hulking thing of stone, the talus. It opened the gate, they say. But none operates such a thing now. I do not even know if it yet exists. I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Biran Mines. That is where the trolley controls stand. I see the miners there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the talus, it would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help. We're off to Mount Biran then. Let's hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Oh God. My God. Ah, hello. Hi. You are cute. Oh my God. Now there's two of them. Alright, speak with Tancred in... Oh. Let's go! Let's check these. Mayhap the Pall of Light is the root of this land's desolation, or mayhap the fault lies with a man and his insatiable greed. What a sight. Oh, pardon me, it's a bit daunting, isn't it? Okay. The scale of the track is impressive, I'll give him that. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. Alright. There's 20. Oh, I see. I love that none of them are targeting me. Can we jump from that, or do we? Oh, it has a step. Thank you. Hello, Thancred. Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanism for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zunzun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zunzun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines proper caught Uriange's eye. Meet us there if you find anything. What am I looking at? I'm seeing a sightseeing thing, but I don't think I'm gonna get there. Ooh, I see a thing there. Hello, you brought a friend here? I'm gonna jump down from here. Hello. I saw this. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. Alright. There's more in this area. Here. You got there? How did you get there? Can you just jump there? How do you jump there? Oh, from there. I see. Eesh. There we go. Yay! Mount Biron Mines. The shafts carved into the side of Mount Biron were the center of a large-scale mining operation which employed the relentless strength of an army of Talus. As is the case with Garik, Kelk, and many other places in the region. Biron was a name taken from a ronso of historical note. There's an FF10 reference here. I love that. Biron was a name taken from a ronso of historical note. Aww. I love that. Alright, where are the others? Oh, there, I can see that. The benches within suggest that this must have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though it is clearly old, it appears to be well maintained. Alright, so then only one left. We are in the area. Hello. Do you happen to need help? There we go. We are out of the area. Wait. Again, you can go into the building. Conspicuous cup. I found a coffee mug. The cup is slightly warm, and a fair amount of tea. Aww, steeped over long. If the color is any indication, remains within. Thought I found coffee. Take that. Oh, back tea is delicious. I didn't say it wasn't. I'm just saying coffee is better. Hello. Ah, cat, what hast thou discerned? I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. Cutscene time. Ample evidence of recent maintenance and lukewarm tea besides. The levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. Ah. This Talus beareth more than a passing resemblance to golems of the source. Nor doth it appear to be the sole example of this kind. The proliferation of thallus fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggests a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, This specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them, that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the talus, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the talus, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something we don't. Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Cat, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouses on the northwestern side of the tracks. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Off we go then. No, you don't see me. Go away. Alright, let's get there. Ah, I see. Hello, dude. Go away. Ooh, he was gonna go away. But then I bothered him. There we go. Hello! Huh. That counted for me too. Awesome. If I stab them with a spear, are they still in one piece, right? Well, yes. There's just a piece missing. Ha ha ha! Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not the brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we'd need to steal? What, some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. I have a piece missing? My heart? Oh no! Your heart is missing? Oh, Thav, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her on to world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer, as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they turned up here somehow? It's not missing per se. You have it? Aww. You're cute. I love you. I can only assume that you're being intentionally obtuse. But in the unlikely event that that's a serious conjecture, no. I suppose I am a bodyguard of sort, but we have rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. So lovey-dovey. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Gods grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Nambath Rang. We were hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again. The trolley? The trolley! You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. They're really excited about a trolley. We're both engineers in training, in fact. Jarek and Thuff, at your service. Technically, I'm a miner and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. Why do I find that funny? My true passion in life is the trolley. You're not excited about the trolley? I'm not passionate about the trolley. We're working with a few other folk to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true, and there's little in need of transport these days. But that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling the track once again would make hearts sore, mark my words. Have you met our Lord and Savior, the trolley? It's the trolley! Qitana's passion is giving out hugs and cookies. Oh my god, see, that's a much better passion than a trolley. I mean... Heresy. Trolley being bringers. Oh no. Oh, that's good. You can use a trolley to give out hugs and cookies further and wider. That's true. That is true. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials or help put pieces together. It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you like. We'll introduce you. Very well. Our options are limited, and if this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Oh, hell, trolley. Right, it looks like you'll be following us back to Twine, then. Just think of all the great things you can bring to your life if you just accept the trolley. Oh my god. Do you say something about the trolley? To be honest, I'm impressed that you thought of the trolley to begin with. So few seem to these days. Too used to living without it, I suppose. Dost thou seek the sorcerer's wisdom, young one? What? Come to think of it, Urianger always was fond of fairy tales. Oh. A quest for a lost love. Perhaps that could have been me had things been different. Oh? Rust and ruin. Trolley Mount Wenessi. We want a trolley! Thaf is ready to guide you to Twine, where you might meet the mysterious Magnus. If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd have come out by now. I demand my trolley. You think he will be alright. That's, well, I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look, just in case. You go on ahead, Thaf. Alright, looks like it'll just be you, Law, and me then. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the rail yard. A bite out of me. Well, then I wouldn't be in one piece. Do not bite me. Oh, there he is. Hello, Thaf. Damn, that's smart. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'll be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Wait, what is happening here? Not to be done about it now, though. What is happening around me? I've pointed your over-eager companions in the right direction. And they've gone on ahead. So we need to get moving. No. I don't know why I find that so funny. I'm really trying to concentrate on reading the dialogue and there's just chaos everywhere. Normally we walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride, that's more perilous a route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low roads presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows... What? I'm not worried on that account. Okay. Ooh, you do not see me. Why does it show me my, Oh, there it is! I was like, why isn't... That came out really, really late. Hello. Wait a moment. I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, alright. Run! What? I sense a hostile presence. Gibbering coyote. You're gibbering? By the way, you are not my dance partner. You should be. Why? More? Here we go. Search for Thaf. Ooh. Southwest. Ooh. Worm of the Well. You look more like Worm of the Hell. Oh. Oh. Ew. I accidentally auto-targeted to that after the coyote died? Oh. I see. I sense a hostile presence. Yes, yes. You're alright now. Sorry about that. Yay! I'll admit, I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should make it without further incident. To Twine. Oh! There's an aetheryte! Hey. Oh yes, there really haven't been any here. Ooh. Oh, and by the way, wait, we went past it? It's up there! How do we get up there? Oh, from there. Okay, I see it. Aethergrid was on the tracks. Yeah, I saw it now. I'm gonna go get it right away. Hello. There we go. Check. Where's the next one? So far away. How are we on this area, by the way? Oh, I see. And then a tune, a tune, a tune, a tune before anything else. I'm not making blues mistakes. A tune? You mean you like the music? Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. Hello, Riache. A testament to man's resilience, that civilization may yet be found at the very edge of the world. Odd to find a place like this still occupied. It must have come dangerously close to being consumed by the flood. No. Oh my god, the fat cat is... Thank you. The town is small, but everything in it seems so purposeful. It's amazing. The music was made by the trolley. Ooh. That's because the trolley made everything. Trolley made everything? Like the entire worlds and everything? Trolley made everything? Trolley is the god? This is it! Welcome to Twine! The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. As you've doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town, back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each hard day in the mines. Now there's no trolley, nor much work to be had in the mines, for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go. Or they've got nowhere else to go because they don't have a trolley. Or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. Let's go meet the man. Hi. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Or the 4 of you? Wicked White, if you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesies to stand still. Methinks this one is deep in his cups. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach Nabatha Ring, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in Nabatha Ring. Not anymore. And especially not for a frail little girls. Give it up. No. We must reach Nabatha Ring. I must. Blah. So you have your heart set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin, nothing more. And you're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to Nabatha Ring. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No. I'm sick of people asking me about the plastic thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right. But I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. On track. Minfilia remains adrift in the turbulent sea of thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents. They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, Urianger. It's about choice. And I've had years to decide where I stand. Minfilia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It is for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That at least I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. Ah, jerk. Hello, dude. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got our friend back home with no trouble, and he's just fine. He was a bit shaken up is all. And you, what did Magnus have to say? Ah, I did have a faint hope that your need might prompt him to action where our interest has not, but I suppose that was foolish of me. I am sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here, if you like. You could give it a stroke or two. It has some very smooth wood. You mean to say you're not giving up? Even knowing that Magnus is... Magnus? I don't see much point in your being stubborn about it. Though perhaps stubbornness is exactly what this situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. I can't imagine that anything you try will work. But if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. Hand in tools. Alright. Wait. Is the quest down there? Oh, open the toolbox next to him. Okay, I see. Open the toolbox next to Jarek. I am next to Jarek. How is this an invalid target? Excuse me. Wise, don't target him. Oh! Well, that's new. You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant! Now if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be a help. In this case, well, this bolt is loose, for one matter. We can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. Thank you! This one will do nicely. Now give me one moment and... There! I don't see any other problems here, so let's continue along the track. That starts to go... Oh, that's probably gonna take all the way... Hi, Snow. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm actually thinking... Would this be a good place to call it a stream? We are next to an aetheryte. Which means it's easy to continue. It's easy to jump back in here. Before we get too far from the aetheryte. Could be a good spot, yeah. You're at work, kind of tired? Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of energy for you at work. But yeah, let's call it here for today. I'm getting hungry anyways. So, yeah. Wait, did I get chest gear? Oh no, if I want to keep my gear, I'm gonna have to... Let's see what it looks like. No. I mean, yes, but no. I'm gonna go home. Oh! Wearing the healer one now. See, that's a lot more pretty! That is a lot more pretty. Or maybe you just make it pretty. Wait, is that the healer version of this weapon? That's gorgeous. Come back. Stop. 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 Ah. Don't you run away from me. Ah. Come here. Come here. Come here. So I can look. Oh my god. Yours is more more pretty because you are wearing it. Aww. Oh my god, I can't do this. Ah! I can do this. Twine. In days past, Naboth Areng contracted a... Thank you. Contracted a Talus engineer to establish its mining railway, and these cabins were built to provide lodgings for the laborers who would lay the trolley tracks. The settlement was later maintained as a miners' village, but its dwindling population has mirrored the steady decline of the mining industry. I see. But yeah, I want to see that. Ooh. That's pretty. I love it. It's pretty. Alright, now I can return to Gridania. Thank you for stream. Gonna watch some more of the new Ultimate Prog. Well, thank you for being here. I hope you had fun. And I hope you continue to have fun. You should just look at all the blue spirit weapons right now. Is there an easy way for me to see all of them? Alright, so I need to switch my chest gear for that, but for that I'm gonna put this one in my glamour dresser and I'm gonna glam this on top of it because I was not a fan of that one. I want to keep this one because this is pretty. I like the slimmer ones that are not so bulky. Wait, those are craftable? I mean, all of these are... Oh, cool. Blue spirit? Do I find them like this? Ooh. Spear. Ooh. Oh, they're all very cool looking. Oh. The cane is what you have? It has kind of a Shiva style sword. Ooh. Oh. That's nice. Axe. This might be good. Oh my god. When my warrior gets to these levels, oh god, that's gonna be a while. I want this for them. That's so cool. Try on. Again, cool. Ah, nice. Sickle. Ooh. Thank you. Nice. Pretty. Try on. Hand gone. Hello, turn around. Here it doesn't really, I think this is the weak link. It doesn't have like, it has the color, but it doesn't really have enough of the, like kind of crystal thing vibe. The blue spirit ones are purchasable from vendors too, aren't they? If all you want is the glam, they are. Well, I'm a crafter, so I like to craft. Working my way through my crafting stuffs. Ugh. And my battling stuffs. I still have not unlocked Sage, even though I could. Everything else I have unlocked. There's so much to do. And then there's my tribes. There's so much. Alright, but anyways. Crafting is good if you have the mats. Buying the mats means that the vendor versions are likely cheaper. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a lot of crafting. But anyways, we're gonna call it a stream here. Next stream is gonna be on Monday, same place, same time. I hope you guys had fun today. I sure did. Have an amazing rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are in the world. And I hope to see you again on a Monday. In the meantime, if you want to join us on Discord, I can put all of my links here for you guys. If you want to go follow anywhere. And yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, and I will see you guys later. Bye!